Yeah. Hello, Sanket. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just give me 5 minutes. I'll be back.
Okay.
We'll start the session. Shall we start? Yeah. So we'll start with a spec flow framework, designing a spec flow framework. So once we're done with this, we'll see the pending topics. Pending topics like some testing concepts, which anyhow, those things are going to be same. We will be discussing on these methodologies only. The distinguishing of functional, non-functional, all say those are some theory part will be there, which can be done. Whatever is prerequisite for automation that we have done in testing part, like test planning, testing life cycle. So that's something which we have done in the middle of testing process. So initially, I'll give you a summary of what we have done. So on day one, we have discussed on the different development model. What are the types of development we have? And then we started working with fundamental of testing. Fundamental of testing process in the sense planning and control, analysis and design, implementation and execution, closure activities. So a testing team should be involved in these activities for any product. It depends on the company to change the testing of what they wanted to do. They don't want to follow everything in this one, but it's an ISTQB standard. Whereas planning and control, we will be analyzing the requirement, understanding the requirement. Mostly it will be done by the test manager or lead. They have to understand which approach can be done over here and what is the total duration it will take and how many team members required. So everything will be under the planning and control document. Then analysis and design. Analysis and design, which and every module will be analyzed and reviewed. Based on that, test scripts will be written. After done by that, QA engineer will be involved in this. Then once the product is delivered, then you have to do the execution on that based on prioritizing the test case and executing it. Closure activities. Once everything is done, then you have to prepare the summary document of what test and how many defects found, how many defects fixed, how many is still open. And with different testing levels we have seen. Testing levels in the sense unit, component testing, integration system, acceptance testing. A product should go through these testing cycle. Okay, this testing level. Once this is done, then you can release the product. Okay. Now, in this, if you don't want to do integration testing directly, if you want to do system testing, if you want to directly do acceptance testing, those things are not can be directly discussed. Okay, you don't want to always go through this particular level, but it's a standard. It depends to project. So those things we have done. We started with writing the manual test case document. We have written some manual testing. Once the manual testing is done, we'll get into the automation. For automation, Java is prerequisite here. We work with Java starting from the data type, conditional statement, iterative statement, then method, static method, non-static method, and classes and object we have discussed. Once classes and object is discussed, we discussed the different data types we created, user-defined data types like student class, employee class, like that we created lot of it. An object is basically an instance of a class. An object contains state and behavior. Those two things we discussed deeply when it comes to the classes and object concept. Okay, once that is done, we work with parallelly. We started working with access modifier, then constructor concept. If anything is prerequisite for that class, we can add it as a constructor. And these things can be a return type. User define what you create, user define data type. That can be written from method. That can be a parameter. So anything can parameter, anything can be a return type. Any class can be a parameter. Any class can be a return type. You have to return an object of that class or child class. Okay, that's what we are doing throughout this programming in Selenium. Constructor we have seen, and constructor overloading we have seen, then method overloading we have seen. In the same class, multiple method with same name by following engine, number of parameters, sequence, data type. When we started working with encapsulation, process of hiding the internal data member and not giving access to the classes. The access to will be given through the methods only. In the method, we'll try to do validation. So getters and setters method will be designing based on the requirement. Basically, in encapsulation, when we started working with inheritance, the basic principle of inheritance is to reuse the method. So instead of recreating the methods in the child classes, we will try to reuse by just using the extends keyword. We will try to reuse the method. When you create an object for child, its memory will be allocated for parent, then child. Now parent is having 10 variable, non-static variable. Child is having 10 non-static variable. Means first parent non-static variable will be allocated in the same location. Child non-static variable will be allocated. If you give the same variable name, it will be the overloaded value. Sorry, overridden value. Okay, and based on the left hand side, you can call the method. Based on the left hand side, you can call the method. Basically, object you create, method overriding, object you create for the child and store it in the parent. And when you give reference card, it will show all the methods in parent only. But during the runtime, object to which the object is created, based on that, the method will be called. If the method is overridden, then method will be called based on the object created. So which method to be called as resolved during the runtime? Method overloading is during the compile time. So these two major difference for distinguishing method overloading concept, method overriding concept. Okay. In the method overriding concept, you can give a different definition based on the class you create. Suppose I want to create a new definition and use it, means I will be using some class style and extends some the parent class I'll do. I can override the existing method by same method name, signature, and all you need to do. You can override the method. Then after understanding method overriding, where two classes will have same methods, overridden method will be called based on the object we create. Then we go for abstraction. Abstraction forces you to override it. If you don't have any definition, subtraction is basically a set of rules. And this set of rules can be provided by abstract class or interface. In abstract class, you can give method with definition, without definition. But in interface, you will have to go only with declaration. So interface is something which we will be implementing in the file classes. We'll be we'll be discussing on encapsulation. We'll do that today. Encapsulation and all, it's a concept of inheritance only. Try catch finally. If you see basically a exception, we'll try to catch it in the class called exception. That's basically a parent class. We'll see about that. I'll show you that today. Exception handling, enumerator, some there, but without dot itself, we will be able to work with Selenium. Selenium, we have started working with the Webdriver directly using the we created an object for the child, Chrome driver, Firefox driver, and stored it in the parent. The reason why we stored it in parent and for Webdriver is basically to achieve cross-browser testing. If you see our framework, the one which we have designed, it's going to do cross-browser testing. In order to run it in a different browser, I just want to go to the test.jxml and update it. We'll go to test engine and update the browser detail, and you can see object we are creating for different classes. If you are having an option to store it in the particular classes, every time you need to define the data type. So a typical declaring data type and doing it every time for 3 data type. So we store it in the parent as WebDriver. There are lots of parent. The important thing is WebDriver. Most of the code, if I do driver dot, most of the code comes from the WebDriver only. Okay. Even I create an object for new Chrome driver, Firefox driver, each driver, it will come from the WebDriver only, most of the code. You can see here, WebDriver. Every code is coming from the WebDriver. Object is going to be a parent of all the classes. The parent class methods will also be. Sure. Now, during the runtime, what will happen is based on the object you create, definition will be taken. That's the concept here. Almost in most of the places, you will be able to see overridden concept. The runtime polymorphism. So that we have seen in Selenium, we started launching the browser. Every time we launch the browser, we have to configure the driver. There are different ways to configure the driver. One way is to use system.set property. You can also paste the Chrome driver exe in the project directory. In the project directory, if you paste, it will pick. Otherwise, you use system.set property. In system.set property, you'll have the key. During the runtime of this, you will get the key. The key you need to give and value you need to give. System.set property, either absolute path or relative path you can give. And the other way is using Webdriver Manager. You can just add this dependency in the form.xml. If you add the WebDriver agent, WebDriver manager, if you add it, then you can just call this method. Driver manager, age driver set. If you call that, that will take care of doing the activity. Like setting up the driver. So this we have seen, and then we have started with click selecting from the drop down. Then we work with advanced concept like how to handle frame multiple tabs windows. Then we started working with a few get method, how to get the handle alert we have seen. JavaScript alert is what we have handled. Then I explained you about action class, mouse over and keyboard action. Then we have seen about this method, title get current URL get click source, and get attributes, something which you can use it for testing, which we have done directly in the framework level. The framework get attribute, get text will get inner text, and similarly let me quickly create a package and show you a few things. com.nsc.getMT. Inside the package, I will paste the class. Let me go navigate to this URL. After navigating to this URL, I can find this element. In this, you see, we have I want to know the text here. Text I want to get acknowledgement licensing. For that, I can write the XPath or ID name, class name, tag name, link text, partial link text, XPath, CSS, anything I can use. I will use the some code over here. Okay, code like partial link text. I will use driver dot find element by dot, which we have already seen, but partial link text, and I will give the partial link. In case if I want to click, if I want to get the inner text, then what I need to do is I can use get text. Get text method I can call, which will get the inner text right now. If there's an inner text, attack starts here, ends here, in between the text you see. But detail will be given to you. Similarly, if you want to get href, this is an href attribute is there. Attribute is containing the link. If I want to get that, what I can do is I can find that element. After finding that element, it's an attribute. Dot get attribute, you can see. Get attribute. You can give the attribute name. get attribute, you can give the attribute detail. For example, these are the attributes we have. ID, name, href, class, target, those things are there. Let me give it. If there is an href attribute, it will give you that particular attribute. href detail. For example, you can see there is a href detail is what we got. Okay, for that, you can do the validation. For example, if you see in the framework, you are checking for the test, forgot your password. In the same thing, if you want to check the href link in the same framework, I want to check the href link. Forgot your password is associated with proper link or not. Okay. So whether to check that, what you can do is you can try to use string href detail, actual href, and you can give that attribute, get attribute name will be href attribute name, which will give you the href detail. Now what we can do is after getting this detail, I can do assert dot assert equals actual value, that is actual href, and then expected href, that link what we are trying to expect. So the link which I'm expecting here is this is the link. Okay, what is matched, if it is associated properly, then it will work. Similarly, you will be testing some placeholders and all. Is it clear for you? Getting attribute. What is get attribute? After finding the element, getting the attribute. Similarly, in this page, if you see for a placeholder is there, username is there. To get the placeholder, first you find the element. Any logic you can use. Find the element dot get attribute. There will be an attribute. Placeholder is the attribute name, which will give you the placeholder detail. Similarly, you have a method called get location. Get location, you see there's a method. This get location method will give you the point. There it will return type will be point location. You can see find element dot get location. It will give you something like point. Point in the sense, while doing an action class, the output will be point. Let me store it over here and hover on it and then input it. The point is basically coming from Selenium. And this point contains two variables. One is x, the other one is y. Okay, x and then y. For example, this position in your system laptop, the browser. This position is 0, 0. And if I scroll toward right, x-axis will increase. This will be x will be maximum, y will be 0. This point. You can see in the bracket, you see x is maximum, y is 0. And here y will be maximum, x is 0. Here x and y is maximum. Using this coordinates also, you can click on it. Location. Okay. Using this x-axis, y-axis, I can click on it. Right now, I'm trying to get the location for this particular element. So the starting position, this position, it will give you around 547, 171. It will try to give. That's an XY axis. Using this also, you can do mouse over action. Using this also, I can do mouse over action. You can see it gives you the XY axis. So mouse over action using the position was also possible. When nothing is working out, we'll go for a new action class, and action should be imported. And action dot move to element we have seen, move by offset is there. Move by offset. Offset is nothing but this XY axis you can give. So right now, if you search for this location for text box and all, it try to give dot perform. Build and perform is required when you have more than one action. So right now, action dot move by offset, it will hover on that element. So if you try to check for this text box, it will give you this position, the starting point of the text box. If I run the script, it will try to load the URL, get the text, get attribute, and then do mouse over activity on that element. You can do it got highlighted underscore create. Okay, when we do mouse over, the mouse over activity, move by offset. We rarely use this. And to know the element size, height, if you want to know for that element, you can find that element and you can give the size. Dot get size will be there. Get size, which will try to give you the size of the element string size. Equal return a size object. Sorry, return type will be size object, which will be dimension. Dimension coming from Selenium part. And basically inside that in C# it will return size object. Here it's dimension. Dimension we are trying to give. This particular class, dimension class, will have two variables. So one is width, the other one is height. Size dot height. It will give you width and height of that particular element. Width and height of that particular element. That's basic idea about the text get methods. Apart from that, get CSS value, those methods are there. When you get time, you just check on that, which will work on that later. Get CSS value will give you the CSS value. Plus, if you want to find out that element, you can use get CSS value. Few more new implementation is done, which we'll check it before ending the session. So get CSS value, get DOM attribute. Property screenshot. If you want to take the screenshot of the element, you can take it. Already I told you how to take the screenshot. For the element also, you can take the screenshot. You're taking a screenshot for the page. For the element also, you can take the screenshot. So for the element, in the sense, first you need to find that element. Any element, let me try to This page, this element is there. This element screenshot I'll take. You can see here. HDFC net banking dot get element get screenshot. Output type, what do you want? Output type, I want to take it as a file. Output type dot file, you can give. It will return the file. Same thing, I can store it in the file object. Okay, let me keep this as a file one. And then I'll save it. File one new element.png. So if I run this, it will take the two screenshot. One is complete screenshot, the other one is file screenshot. File one object. File one dot rename element page. Let me run it again. The current object I need to store it as a file. Element screenshot. Let's start with Cucumber. Then we'll come back to this pinning concept. So almost everything's done. Hereafter, those things you will be able to work on when you get into the project. We'll work with the Cucumber framework. So we will create one more framework right now. Most of the part we already done with this. We will be reusing this. We already know how to control the project in form.xml. We have done that. We already understood what is page object model. We can use the same page object model. First, we'll understand the importance of Bdd framework. Bdd, nowadays, most of the projects is basically designed using this Bdd concept only. Bdd concept is basically a development process. First, lots of theory part will be there. First, you understand what is Bdd.
Balaji, how to attach document, any document?
From where?
How to attach document through automation?
Where you want to attach upload? Upload you are telling? Uploading a file, right?
Yes, yes.
The first option when you see upload, let me check what are the things. Find elements, upload, these are all things pending, right? Fine. So upload, get title, get attribute is what I told you. I'll just explain about upload. Uploading is going to be straightforward. For example, Like under the advanced position, I'll do that. Demo to upload. First thing what we do is when you want to upload a file, just navigate to the URL. In this you see there will be an upload option. Okay, upload. Now, whenever you wanted to upload it, inspect the particular element. Check what is the check for type equal to file. Okay, upload inspect and check for attribute something like the check path you can check in square bracket @ type equal to file. Okay, this attribute rate I can check. Then, for example, I'll check for this one. You see this one input type equal to file. Got it? Then you write the XPath or it has ID. I will use ID. Find the element. Let me go over here. Find the element. Driver dot find element by dot XPath. XPath or ID, whatever it is, you try to find that element. Now I find this element. After finding the element, you can just use dot send keys. And which file I want to upload. That file detail you give it as a complete detail, complete path you need to give. For example, if I'm planning to upload this my profile, then I'll give complete detail. I have to just click here, copy path you do, go over here, remove double quotes and paste it because it comes with double quote. Just give // file name extension. This way you can upload the file. Let me run. You can see here it will upload the file. Okay. Let me show you in some other page. The same code it will work in all the pages. Okay, let me go to the screen. You can see it will try to load the URL, find that element, and try to upload it. You can see it got uploaded. Okay, so let me show you with some other page, something like PDF to Word document. You will be able to see lot of place to upload. First, you inspect it. After inspecting it, check for element called type equal to file. You see it says span. You should not use this particular element. You should not write XPath for this and try to upload, which will not work. In the same page, you can check for this particular XPath / input square bracket @ type equal to file. Somewhere in the page it will be there, type equal to file. You can see we were able to get this element. Okay, type equal to file. Use this element and find that element. Driver dot find element by dot XPath. Make sure that element is pointed properly. Send keys, and you can send the text. The detail you want to upload, you give it completely here. The file got uploaded, my profile. Okay. So this will be the simple way to upload the file. If this is not working, then only we go for some other automation like auto IT and all, which we will discuss again. Got it? And same thing you can do it for add employee also. Clear for you? Just check for type equal to file. Somewhere near it will be there. Type equal to file nearby that your element. Inspect this, it will show you some other element. But nearby that you will be able to see type equal to file. Got it?
Yes.
Okay. Now this find elements. Boolean method is what we have discussed. It is displayed method. Similarly, you have a method for Boolean like displayed. You can check for displayed and whether the element is enabled or not to click it enabled, and then
Like
there will be
selected.
it's selected or not. Is whether you want to check radio button is selected or not, and just give you true or false. If you see radio button anywhere, and if you try to click on the radio button and then you find element dot selected, you can do it will give you true or false. Before doing the checkbox, you can check for whether it is already selected or not. Enabled in the sense it will be something. So the button will not be allowed to see. It will be not allowed to be clicked when you are trying to do the operation. Only after filling the form, it will allow you to click. At that time, you can check for is enabled or not. True or false, it will give you. So those things will check. And controlling notification, download directory, all these are a simple thing only using Chrome options that I'll tell you. So now everything is clear for ready. With the thing what we learn, you can get into the project. You'll be able to learn more once you start working with these projects. Okay. So any doubts till now?
Yes. Enum is pending.
Java part will check enumerator and then
Okay.
encaps the exception handling will do it. We'll add it at the end of framework. Okay. I made a note of this thing like find elements as pending and then declaration of this and some part of JavaScript I'll try to explain. This when we have 2 hour session at the time I'll quickly cover those things. Okay. Today we'll start with the framework. Which if you continuously discuss the framework, then you'll have a easy continuity to understand it. Okay. Those parts we can add at any time. So we'll complete that in this. So let's start with a framework called BDD. Okay, BDD is basically called behavior driven development. Let me open a few slides. and then I'll show you. My question got crashed. So let me almost every document. So let me start. Got the document. Fine. So let's understand what is a BDD. So BDD is basically a development process. Okay, development process. So with that, you will be able to understand. Okay, it's not only related to testing. Okay, it's completely a development cycle. A BDD framework, which is basically called behavior-driven development. Okay, behavior-driven development. So we'll be working on this. Driven development. And there is something called test driven development. So don't get confused right now. First, we'll understand what is BDD properly. Just look into this particular image. So if you see, it's a development process. This what we will do is first, for example, if we are planning to design a product from the scratch, the discussion will happen about the product. The stakeholders get an idea about the product, so they will approach a company. The product owners and the users have a conversation about what they want. Then they will approach a company or approach a team for developing that particular project. They will construct a project team to develop that project. The product owners, developer, tester, everyone will be collaborating together to understand the requirement. Okay. Tester elaborate the requirement together. They will try to understand the complete requirement. You can see product owners who have that idea, developer, tester, UI designer, everything will be in the involvement during the initial stage of the product. Now, after understanding the requirement, okay, the entire team will be working on defining the requirement in a structured scenario. Defining the requirement in the structured scenario. Structured scenario in the sense it's something like given, when, then. Okay, we will be discussing about that. There is something called scenario. A scenario is nothing but given, when, then. Given is basically something called prerequisite for that particular scenario. When is whatever the operation you want to do. Then is verification part. So three things will be involved. This requirement itself will be gathered as given, when, then. For example, if you take login, when user comes to the portal, and then given is basically when user given is going to be user should have browser navigate to the URL. Okay, or user come to the application URL. Then when the user enter username password, click on login. That is the when operation. Then user should get access to the portal. That is your verification. The requirement will be gathered in this format. Okay, we call this as user stories. Now, that requirement, whatever they gather as a scenarios, right? So that will go for lots of approval. Once the approval is done, that requirement given when then will be used by the development team for doing the development. Okay. Now, development team will be using understanding the requirement, the given when then concept clearly, and they will be able to do the auto development thing. Okay. And during the development, they will use something called TDD for development that you don't want to confuse right now. Development will develop the product. Meanwhile, testing team will be working on the scenario, whatever the requirement gathered for doing the testing. Same requirement will be used for doing the testing. Same requirement will be used for working with automation. The same scenario given when then will do the automation. That's how we have to design. That is the concept of BDD development process. It's basically a time consumption. All the requirement gathering in this format will be a difficult task in real time. But this is actually followed in industry. This is going to give higher efficiency on the product. Even though it takes time, there is no way the developer earlier we used to get this when the requirement is shared to the developer, requirement is misunderstood by the developer, and then developer will be spending the whole time in developing those things. And once the product is getting released, then only will come to know the developer understood in a wrong manner. And then it will be quite difficult to rework on everything. So when it is in this format, this will be much more simpler, and each and every feature in the product will be stated as given when then. So there won't be any confusion at all from the beginning. And from the beginning, everyone will be involved in the discussion of the requirement. So there is no way it can mislead anyone in this project. Okay, if it is mislead development, then tester will come into picture, business team will come into picture immediately because the same scenario is used by the tester for testing. Okay. So parallelly, you will be able to understand it. And when you follow this particular development process, sure you have to do the agile model. So there should be a sprint. Every sprint you will be doing this like writing the scenarios, doing the testing. That's what we will be doing it. Okay, this is the actual development point. Then there is something called ATDD. Now, as I told you, this particular process is going to be a time consumption. Gathering a requirement in given when then is a time consumption. So what industry is using ATDD. ATDD stands for acceptance test driven development. So now initial requirement will be gathered in the traditional manner only, like some document. It will be gathered. Business team will be explaining those things to development team, and the business team giving you those requirement. Okay, the word document requirement, something like that, you will be getting in ATDD. Now, the duty of testing team is going to be you should be working on. We will be injecting the scenarios here. The duty of testing team is to understand the requirement, write the testing scenarios. Okay, in this stage, it will get injected. Basically, if you see in this stage, we will be injecting the testing scenarios, the one which I striked out, right? So in this stage, we will be injecting the testing scenarios. We will be writing the testing, okay, concepts in the scenarios given when then, based on acceptance testing. Okay. And development will happen as usual with those requirement, theory part of requirement. The requirement will be shared to you. You have to sit and write the scenarios given when then for testing purpose. Sometimes the requirement will be done, the scenarios will be done by the uh, product owner also. Okay, the given when then for testing purpose, or you will be writing, sending it to the product owners. They will approve the scenarios. That scenarios will guide them on understanding the application. That scenario will guide them on working with the application. Okay, so the complete detail will be done to that particular scenarios. You have to sit and write the scenarios. You will inject it. Okay, where basically the concept of BDD is to understand the requirement. To understand the requirement. The concept of BDD is to understand the requirement, the scope of this one. The scope of acceptance testing is to achieve the end user testing. Let me show you this table so you can understand difference between. Okay. So here, writing the acceptance testing. Acceptance testing, you write it for the end user. They will also be involved in this. Okay. So the scope of this acceptance testing, where we will be injecting. The process will be BDD, but we are going to inject in this section. So got it? In this section, we'll be writing the scenarios. Right now, we'll be working on that particular scenario. We are planning to actually work on ATDD concept, which is our concept of VDD only. We will inject the scenarios at position. Okay, scenarios we write not as a requirement. We write scenarios of the testing. That scenarios will be served as a document for understanding the application also. That scenario, whatever you write it for the testing, will be approved from the internal team as well as it will be approved by the stakeholders. Once they have to know what are the things you done, so it will be like a complete documentation. The major advantage of going with this kind of BDD framework, it provides you these advantage by BDD. Lots of advantages there. Unless it will provide you business readable automated automated will be done easily. That document what is being prepared will be used for doing the automation. Okay, helps non-technical people also. Non-technical people also to contribute to the system. The main objective is to prepare the living documentation. Living documentation in the sense, the documentation which we prepare in the requirement gathering, the documentation which we prepare in ATDD basically for testing, that will be the main thing. So documentation is going to be the executable point. If you change the documentation, automation will not work. Everything will be interconnected. So for sure, there is no way the product go wrong in this thing. Only if any failure in the development or something that may go wrong. Apart from that requirement, what is initially understood, the requirement what is being understood by the testing team during the acceptance testing, will make sure we are releasing a proper product. And okay, the reason why we go for this, these are all main things, and communication between these are all some few things which you can understand by Googling. Communication between the entire team, developer, testers, stakeholders. So it will, from the beginning, you can see that there will be a discussion. But nowadays, what is happening is initially gathering the entire team will be quite difficult on the requirement. So requirement mostly will be done with the top level management. Once they give the requirement, they will give it as a not scenario based, just the requirement they will share. Now they will explain the requirement to the entire team. Then they will try to add the acceptance testing. Most of the role will be played in this ATDD concept will be testing team. They have to write the acceptance testing. Injecting the testing in this position, writing the acceptance testing. So with that acceptance testing, everyone will be able to understand the product also, as well as the complete testing scenario will also be covered in this. Understood? The main objective of this.
Yes.
Now, let's see the differentiate between this one. TDD, you leave it. I'll tell you about TDD. Just look into BDD and ATDD. BDD is a development technique that focuses on system behavior. ATDD is a technique similar to BDD, focused more on capturing the requirement. Implementing BDD in all the project was quite difficult. So what they tried to do is they started introducing the ATDD concept to follow the BDD. Understood? Because requirement gathering in scenarios and all, it will take a lot of time. Okay, so most of the application is not going to be straightforward. It will be complex only. So initially gathering the scenarios and doing it, we should know exactly what's prerequisite, what is the operation, what is the end result. Okay, if that is not much clear, this the degree documentation is there. The only thing is, it is better to go with ATDD, concentrating on acceptance testing while the preparation on the development is done. Okay, this is the technique. Focus more on capturing the requirement, similar to capturing the requirement, but basically it's for testing. You can see this main focus. Main focus of BDD is understanding the requirement. ATDD is to write acceptance testing. Except everything is going to be same. You can see participant for BDD and their team. For ATDD, everyone will be involved. It's not only to QA, because the acceptance testing which you write, the developer needs also understand. Simple English, you can use it to those. And for example, ATDD, to write this, you can use a Cucumber, which is basically in Java. To achieve BDD concept, we use Cucumber tool. In C# to achieve BDD concept, we use Specflow. And Python, we use JBehave. Okay, the tool name is Cucumber, JBehave, Specflow, all these things for different languages. And actually, it's a BDD concept. In ATDD, we will be using, in our case, we will be using Cucumber and SNG or Cucumber unit. That's what we are going to use right now. Let's start with it. Now, ATD. TDD is something which you don't want to distinguish right now. Comparing TDD and BDD is totally not required at all. BDD is a complete development process, right? TDD is something which is used by the development team. TDD, for sure, development team will be using it. For example, let's take this. Assume that developer needs to develop a login page where he has to enter the username and password. Assume that he is developing the password. Now, password based on the requirement, either in the BDD format given when then, or it is a normal requirement which comes from the traditional model. Now, a password should have one special character, one number, one lowercase, uppercase. Assume that it should be 8 character. Now, so a scenario will be there with for that particular password. That scenario will be given to the development team for development. Now, development team needs to develop and test it. Unit testing needs to be done. So what development team will do is development team will be writing a few set test case for the password. For example, it should be having special character, 8 character should be there, one uppercase, one lowercase should be there. Development team will be writing a simple test case, technical test case they will be writing, and that test you will try to run it on the developed application, developed feature you will try to run. If it is failing, you need to redevelop this. You will be writing the code again. This is the writing the development code. If it is passed, then you will be removing unwanted code and go for the next test case. Understood? This cycle, if you see. So you will write the test case and run it in as developed code. And if it is failed, you will rewrite the code. Again, you will run. If it is passed, you will refactor, which means cleaning the unwanted codes and all. You will be cleaning and go for the next test case. Okay.
Yes.
Failure, it will go. For example, you write the test case on the particular, run the test case on the developed process. Once you run it, okay, if the test case is passed, you will run one more test case. Once it is passed, you will go for refactoring. That is the concept here. Any stage, if it fails, you have to write the code. You can see here. You don't want to write the code when it is passed. That's what it's okay. We go for the next test case. This is the TDD concept, which is used for the development process. This is nowhere related with the testing team. It is used by the development team. Development team does the testing For that, it is used, not for the QAT. No point in comparing BDD, DDD, and all. But anyhow, since it is having test-driven behavior development, we will be comparing each thing. Okay. So DDD is a development technique that focus more on implementation of feature. Development technique that focus on the system behavior. Participants, you can see DDD developer only. Unit testing, the concept. He will be using these tools for unit testing, like unit testing, those tools. Earlier, only TDD were followed. Now, BDD is being followed. ATDD is what is used. You can see here, the people in charge of defining the requirement with the programmer. Yeah, so something like this, we will try to write. There is something called feature, where we will be giving feature header, then some detail about the feature. Then we will start writing with the scenarios. Let's do it for some application. Just a minute. Have Eclipse right now. Okay. Just go to Eclipse, and in Eclipse, search for help Eclipse Marketplace. Search for Cucumber.
Just a second. What we have to search? Cucumber.
In the help Eclipse Marketplace, search for Cucumber. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Cucumber Eclipse plugin.
Yeah. Me also. I need to understand. Just we need to add the plugin. Just add the plugin. Search for Cucumber. Cucumber Eclipse plugin is there. No, just install that. Add this plugin and listen. I'll quickly tell you a few theory part. Okay. See, for example, the requirement and all will be gathered in this way. Product requirement will be gathered in this way. First thing is We'll be writing something like scenario, and the scenario header will be there. You have to provide the scenario header. Here we will be providing scenario header. Okay. Next, each and every scenario will be giving you an answer for given when you have to merge. Minimum one given, one then, one when should be there. Given is nothing but prerequisite. If you feel anything is prerequisite for the scenario that you need to give prerequisite or starting state of that particular scenario. Now, then is nothing but the operation you do on that application. Then is nothing but verification. The entire product requirement will be gathered in this. The way to apply BDD, that would be one thing which you have to work on. Way to apply BDD when you are in a position to whether we should go with BDD or not. At that time, it will be useful way to apply BDD. See, for example, you will have to understand the product. The reason why we go for BDD is to make sure everyone understand the requirement properly, right? That's the major purpose of BDD, understanding the requirement and everyone is in the same path. Now, we can distinguish the application in different, we can distinguish the application in this 5 section. One is everyone knows about the application. Everyone know about the application. Assume that you are going to develop some product. The product, everyone know about the product. Okay. So if everyone know about the product, no purpose in writing the scenarios. Everyone know about the product. That is one stage. And the second stage would be some of the member knows about it. Some of the team member in the sense, if you take a count of 10, 3 member know about that, 2 member know about this. Okay. So know about the requirement. Product requirement. Completely. Okay. In that case also, you don't want to go with BDD. In this 2 stage, we don't want to go with BDD because ultimately at some point, the entire team will be able to understand it, even though the initially only few members knows about it. For example, if you take something like equal, you can take or almost like 6 members knows about the product. Majority of the people know about the product. Okay. In that case, no point in going with BDD. Okay. Because it is going to be a time consumption. The reason to go with BDD is to make sure everyone are in the same. Now, in some scenario, what happens is only top level management knows about the product. Top level management knows about the requirement. And that requirement, like top level management in the sense, the people who's going to maintain multiple projects and who's connecting with the product owner, only they know about the product. In that case, what will happen is only they will have a clarity about the product. Lower level team will not have much clarity on the product, but lower level team needs to do major of the work for that particular product, like development, testing, everything. During that time, what is going to happen is to make the communication between the top level management, low level management. It will be quite difficult with if they share some theory part of document and ask you to develop. It will become a complex scenario at the end. When the product is misunderstood, then it will become a problem. So during this time, we can implement the BDD concept where the requirement can be converted into scenarios, and then it can be verified with this top level management, where they will not be able to allocate time for completely to one project where we were working on multiple projects. They will be sending the detail. Okay, like once you develop the requirement as a scenarios, once the entire team develops, they will provide you the approval. This is the best place to apply the BDD concept. This is some concepts which you can understand, and there will be few more scenarios. Somewhere someone did, but it is new to your team, new to your company or your organization. That is one more scenario. And other scenario will be we have to do R&D and develop R&D and then design it. Okay, now this 3, 4, and 5 at some point it will fall under the category P. Directly you cannot write BDD because you will not have clarity of what it needs to be developed. So at some point it will fall into P. At that point you can implement the BDD. So first to place no point in implementing BDD, it's a waste of time only. These are the different way to identify where to go with BDD. Anyhow, we will not have the authority to decide whether to go with BDD or not. It most of the time comes from the project, and if it is a new project or anything, we can go with BDD to better communicate with the entire team. Okay. Now the plugin is added. The license, finish it. It's added. Now we'll try to write some acceptance testing concept. We are planning to do the ZATDD, modified form of BDD. Okay, we understood what is BDD. Okay, the actual BDD, and this is the actual BDD. This is the modified form of BDD. Modified form of BDD. Okay, we are injecting the scenarios for acceptance testing. Okay, so let it get download. We'll be creating this one. Say for example, let's start with writing the scenarios for acceptance testing. We'll take some application and we'll do step to create a automation testing based on acceptance testing. Automation based on acceptance testing. So for this, we will try to, in Java, you have a tool called Cucumber in Java. Cucumber helps you to do that. In the BDD concept, if you want to achieve, you can use Cucumber in Java. If I'm planning to go with C#, then I'll be going with a tool called Spectro. This is for C#. Okay, C#, in C#, if I want to write BDD. And in Java, if I want to do, there's a tool called Cucumber. We'll try to do it. So we will be creating a Maven project. We'll create a Maven project. While creating a Maven project, we have to give the group ID, artifact ID, all these things, and then we'll add the dependencies. Add the Cucumber, and since we are going to do the automation of web application, Selenium dependencies, Cucumber Selenium dependencies, Webdriver Manager, those things, try to add it. Okay, after that, we will try to create the scenario. In order to create this acceptance testing, what you need to do is acceptance testing. Most of the times, acceptance testing is going to be targeting the end user. So we will try to keep it in that way. There are 3 ways to write the scenarios. One is development centric. The other one is something like the declaration model, declarative model, which we will be working on, an imperative model. So we will be using a concept called declaration model. For example, imperative, which will try to collaborate between the development testing team and the stakeholder. I'll tell you how to write the testing, acceptance testing. For example, take simple scenario. Scenario like valid credential you wanted to write. Okay, valid credential. You will be creating a Gherkins file. So there will be a file called Gherkins file we need to create. We call it as Gherkins file. Gherkins file, that is nothing but a feature file. We will be creating a file called .feature. It's basically called feature file. .feature file will create. Inside the .feature file, we'll create a scenario. Scenario name. For example, valid credential. It's the scenario. Now inside the scenario, you will have given when then that you will be creating given when then. Now given is nothing but a prerequisite. So in this case, the prerequisite would be I have browser. Let's take some OpenEMR page. OpenEMR page. That application will do. I have browser with OpenEMR page. When I enter username as, you can give the record what you want to enter admin, and you can do it in a new line. You can put it in a new line and or in a single line, anything is fine, and enter username as password. Install anyway you give. Okay, right now, and you can use it. For example, multiple when you will be writing, when I enter username, when I enter when I enter login, when I click on login. So multiple when, instead of writing multiple when, you can use and. Okay, let me write it in your page itself. Okay, you will be writing a complete step because we are doing an acceptance testing, not the requirement gathering. I click on login. Then once you give the username as admin password and there's a language also, and I select the language, most of the thing comes under the language. Yes, that language I will be selecting. Hope you remember that application. This is the application which I'm trying to write. There's a login scenario, username, password, language, then click on login. Once I click on login, then I should get access to the portal. Access to the portal. Some verification we need to do. Access to the portal with the title as OpenEMR. Something like verification you need to make. The data and all should be taken from this feature file only. Inside the feature file, feature file will create. Inside that you will have the scenario. Okay, scenario will have given when, then n number of given you write, n number of when you write. If you want to add multiple given, then use and. If you want to add a multiple when, then use and. Then multiple verification means then and you can use. Okay, so this is how we have to write the scenario. This is what we are planning to write it right now. Okay. The three different style will be there. One is for one is code style. Okay, code style. The other one is for imperative style. I'll quickly tell you. This is the scenario what I written over here. The other one is declarative style. Write the scenario. Okay. So code style will have lots of code detail. For example, let's take this scenario. When I this is the scenario we have written, but the scenario can be distinguished in three ways: code style, declarative style, imperative style. Code style in the sense, for example, I enter pass username as a particular admin. With, you will be adding some technical detail in it, which is not recommended to use. With for element TSS value or for element ID as auth user. So some technical detail you will be keeping, which is not required. The HTML detail you will be keeping, which is not required. That is your code style. There is something called imperative style. What we are trying to use is imperative style. For example, I enter username, step by step you will be writing. Okay, that's basically an imperative style. And the other one is declarative style. So in declarative style, what will happen is the one which I'm using here, it's basically imperative style over here. In declarative style, it will be much more less. It's towards the end user. Okay, different ways to write it. Code style anyhow it's not required. Wherever every places you will be mentioning the code as ID, as ID, as ID, something like that, which is not required. Okay, let me add it also. Code style, imperative style, declarative style. And you can see your code style as ID with element ID as real pass with element CSS as hash auth user. some technical detail you will be mentioning which is not required. Imperative will be this one, the one which we are writing mostly. It's going to be an imperative style. Declarative style is something much more much more towards the end user. So for example, when I provide credential, that's it. When I provide credential, valid credential, when I provide valid credential, no need to mention all the data, everything. So what we do is we will try to write between imperative and declarative style. Okay, this is towards the stakeholder. This is concentrating towards the product owner, where they will not have the idea about the technical part. And this is to map everyone. Basically, technical people, non-technical people, you can easily connect with this technical or non-technical. Okay, this is what best is suitable in our case, non-technical, and this is towards the technical thing, towards technical thing. Anyhow, it's not required now. We are not using this kind of beacon. We are not using this towards technical thing. Understood? We used to write it between imperative and declarative style. Now, let's create the project quickly. We start Eclipse. Now, let's create a Maven project right now. File new, other, and then Maven project. For Maven project, you can give the group ID home.nsc. That should be fine. Project name, you can keep it as OpenEMR. We'll keep it as BDD. Okay, so that you can understand OpenEMR application BDD. I have just kept it as OpenEMR BDD version. Let it be 1.0, and then click on the Maven project. Okay, I'll tell you what are the dependencies required. We'll add it one by one. Selenium dependency is required, which we already know. I had to go to the pom.xml, create a Maven project. Done. After creating the Maven project, add the dependencies. You can create a dependencies tag. Inside that, you can add the dependencies. Right now, we need a Selenium. So we can add the Selenium dependencies. All these you can try to get it from this. MVN repository. In that Selenium you search, I'll give you the link basically, selenium.java, or I'll paste the dependencies directly. You can take it from the chat window. We just pasted Selenium dependencies, just copy that and put it under the dependencies tab. Now one is this.
Balaji?
Yeah.
I'm not able to find that pom.xml in my project.
Not able to?
We have to create Maven project, right?
Yeah, you need to create Maven.
Okay, just a second.
Yeah. Hereafter, you can go only with Maven project.
I forgot the steps. Can you please explain me again?
Yeah, go to File, and New, Other, and then Maven project. Just a minute, I'll be back. Created Maven project.
What is group ID?
Yeah, group ID you can keep it as NSE, .NSE. artifact ID, you can keep it as application name.
Yes, it's done.
Okay. Now go to pom.xml and paste the dependency which I pinged you. Create a dependencies tag. You have to create the dependencies tag in pom.xml. Then you have to paste the dependency tag. Selenium dependency we want, so that we added. Selenium is done. Then let's add a Webdriver Manager.
We can copy it from last project also, right?
You can
Dependencies.
copy from last project also. Those two only you copy, Selenium and Webdriver Manager. Rest we will try to add it newly. From the previous project, we need only two, Selenium and Webdriver Manager. Added. Those two added, Selenium and Webdriver Manager. Yeah, let me know once you add it, and we'll go for next. Right now, Selenium, Webdriver Manager, and Cucumber is what we will be adding.
Yes, done. Done.
Now, Cucumber is something which we need to add. Let me search for Cucumber. Cucumber Java. Let me copy that. Cucumber.io. Yeah, I just pinged you a dependency, or I'll just give the link. Just go to that link and copy the dependency. So two things you need to add. One is Cucumber. If you search for Cucumber, you will be getting. Let me show you. One is once you search for Cucumber in the Cucumber Java io.cucumber, that's the one which you will be using. Cucumber Java, Cucumber JUnit. Both things are required. Cucumber Java 7.2.3 that we will add, and Cucumber JUnit will be there 7.2.3, same version, which we will be adding into the framework. Two dependencies. I just pinged you a link, both the link. where you can go to that link and take it. Otherwise, you can let me know. I'll connect this to GitHub. Okay. We just added the dependencies. After adding the dependencies, update the project to make sure everything is done. Anyhow, it's uploading, it's downloading, sorry. It will get updated. Okay. We have added Selenium, Webdriver Manager, Cucumber.
Done. Done.
Selenium, Webdriver Manager, Cucumber, unit 4 things we have to do. That's done. Once that is done, you can push it to GitHub. We can create one repository and keep it over here. Just for our handling. I'll create one repository here, a new repository. Open EMR Bdd and then in a CLK. Let me keep it as open Bdd -NSC. I'll just keep this name. Let me keep it as public, creating the repository, copying the repository detail, and to just listen here. To add it to the project, this is clear for you, right? First, we have to create a repository, copy it. Then we have to go for right click on the project in share project. We have to create a local repository, create or use or create a local repository, choose the project. This is the directory where it will create a local repository. I'm creating a local repository. Then I need to do commit and push. Understood?
Yes.
And that Cucumber dependencies. To track this project, you can use this link. I'll push that link. This is the link I already given. Finish. Form.xml updated here, added dependencies. Now, okay, first thing is when it comes to this architecture, you can understand Cucumber architecture. Let me try to keep those two links. For Cucumber, there will be two links. One is this Cucumber unit, the other one is Cucumber Java. Both are required to be added for Cucumber. Now, architecture, I'll quickly tell you. See what happened with this in this Cucumber is a BDD concept on BDD architecture when it comes to writing the program. Automation step. First, what we will do is we'll create a feature file. Feature file will be there. Okay. So dot feature, the extension will be dot feature. Now, when you run the feature file, it will connect to the Java file. Basically, we call it as definition file, where we will be writing the Selenium code. It will be .java technical code. Okay, and the dot feature is a text file that will connect to the technical code step definition. And to do that, after that, inside that we will be trying to do some assertion verification. You need to do assertion and all will be added inside this assertion. Now to connect this feature file step definition, there will be a file called runner, Java runner file. We need to create Java runner file. So 3 things you need to create right now. Okay, so first we have to create a feature file. Next we have to create a step definition. Then we have to tell which feature file should be triggered and which step definition should be connected. For that runner file we need to do. So these are the terms, you will be understanding it right now. First, after creating all these things, we will create a feature file. Create a feature file. I'll tell you how to create it. Till this it's done.
Yes.
Now if I start, it will take some time. We'll
Done,
take
done,
some
done.
break. We'll take some break. After the break, I will continue the session. It's already 11.
Okay.
If I start, it will take another 30 minutes to complete the feature file explanation. So we'll continue after the break. Till this, you try to complete. Is there any doubt? The concept what we are going to discuss is after the break only, whatever we are going to discuss. That is what you do in real time. To understand all these things, you need to know the theory part. Some theory part about Bdd, what is Bdd before writing it, because I can directly tell you how to write scenario, connect to the Selenium code, but it's better to know why we need to write all these things. Right now we are concentrating on 80DD. We'll take some application requirement and we'll use that application requirement for writing the acceptance testing. Directly we'll be writing the acceptance testing. Okay, we'll do that after the break. We'll start at 11:20.
Okay.
Let me create it. So create a feature file. Let me delete it and create it. So to create the feature file, right click on source test resource under new other folder. Let me create a folder called feature. Inside that, I'll be creating a feature file, a new file, login.feature. Okay. So different feature files will be there. So we'll have login.feature, sign up.feature. Based on the operation we are going to deal, all the login related scenario we will keep inside us. Sign up related scenario, sign up feature for patients and all. If you have add patients and then you have a booking, appointment booking and all, let's say. For that and all, different feature file will be there. So delete all these things. These are all auto-generated code which we can delete. The feature header is something which we need to create. After creating the feature file, we will be working on create a feature file. Then we will create feature header. To create the feature header, declare the name feature here, feature, and make sure you get the detail properly. Feature colon space login is the feature name, and this color, the plugin should be properly working. Otherwise, it will be quite difficult to write it. Done. Now, after that, feature description you need to give. give the feature description. This feature description is for understanding about your feature on. Okay. The login, this header description, make sure the new people coming into the team or the product owner understand about this feature file. For that, we have to provide a description. There are two ways you can provide the description. One is header format as description. The other one is formatted description. Formatless in the sense, for example, you can just provide something like this. Going to something like this, going to test all login related scenario. Okay. Something like this, and then you will be starting description about the test, and then going to start the scenario. That is one thing. Formatless. Formatted description is something which is actually preferred. In that you will be using these keywords in order to okay, and in order to something like as a your role, and then I would like to, or I should, something like that, in order to, which describes the business goal. In order to, what is your business goal? Okay, as a role, and expected behavior from the software. I would like to see the expected behavior changes in the software. That behavior should be fine. So this is your formatted description. In this formatted description, now you have to give something like in order to. This is just for logging purpose only. In order to. Okay. So right now we are planning to test the login scenario in this OpenEMR application. Let's take this application, OpenEMR application. So OpenEMR application, it's a medical portal. If you see here, it's the most popular electronic health record management medical practice, basically to maintain the health record. In order to maintain the medical records for one particular hospital, you will be taking medical records as a user to this portal. General user, different users will be there. So as a user, so there will be an accountant, there will be a accountant will be maintaining the records related to that medical, as well as there will be a appointment booker who will be maintaining the medical records, active medical records. So different records in the medical field will be there. For payment related, accounts team will be maintaining. For treatment related, there will be a separate team which will be monitoring. Different users will be there. Now, when you try to log in into the screen, okay, what is the main objective of this feature? We should be able to log into the portal. So I would like to access the portal. Okay. So access the portal. So now while doing this activity, what are the problem you will face? What are the things we need to test? That is what you need to mention here. This to create, just create a few things which I do parallelly, then you will get an idea about it. This is just for logging purpose, the feature header, description and all. Okay. Now, the main objective of testing will start from the scenario. Okay. Inside the feature file, we will create the scenario. So we are preparing this particular document. Scenario. Okay. Scenario you need to create. And then you have to provide scenario, create scenario, and create scenario header. A scenario will have given content. Scenario header will be, you can use control space, you will be getting scenario, and scenario header valid credential you give. Valid credential. That's the scenario header which I'm planning to create. Okay. Now the scenario will have given, when, then. There will be something called given. That's the scenario. Given space. You have to give the starting position of particular scenario. So for example, I'm planning to log in into the portal. For that, we should have the browser and with OpenEMR page. So I have browser, OpenEMR page. That is given. Okay. When, just try to write the given. This will be given. Okay, and we have to write when. So you try to create when, enter username. So whatever the record you wanted to enter, you should be taking it from this particular file only. As much as possible, we'll try to take the record from this feature file, not from the Excel and all. So feature file should contain all the records what is being used for testing. So end to end, you should be handling in this feature file. I enter username as admin, and I enter password as pass, and there's a language here. I select language as, we'll select the language, English again. So the language which I'm planning to select, it's a drop down, so it should be available in the drop down. That date, whatever you are planning to do operation, that record you put it in single quotes, either single quotes or double quotes, you can add it. Okay. Once this is done and I click on, all these are operation you need to do, I'll click on login. This operation you do, when you do this operation, you should be able to access the portal. So I should be able to access the portal. Get access to the portal. Okay, some expected value you can give with title as, or any other expected value with the menu has, or with the page contains. So those things you can use. Title should be OpenEMR once you successfully log in. So this already we have done the test case. We are writing the feature now. Given when, then after writing it, you can right click and do pretty format. If you do pretty format, right, it will align the code properly, and then save it. Then the feature file properly. Find the feature file. Online editor is also there. We will be using Eclipse. We are completely going to deal with technical details, so we'll directly use it. Done. Now, for example, we created the feature file. Now, this is basically a scenario. Scenario contains given when. Each and everything is going to be a step. Given is one step. When is one step. We call it a step. And is one step. This and is one step. This when is one step. All these are when. Instead of writing when. For readability purpose, we use and. And there are 6 steps in this. There are 6 steps in this. For each and every step, we have to give step definition. Step definition can be written in any language. You can connect this feature file with C# code. You can connect this feature file with Java, JavaScript, Python. Okay. Any language you can connect. For that language, we have the tool. For Java, it's Cucumber. Okay, for C#, we'll be using the same feature file and connect with the C# code. That's the concept here. Now, let me go inside the document and show you. We have created the feature file. Now we have to create the step definition. Before creating the step definition, we'll try to trigger the feature file. When we run the feature file, we'll come to know whether step definition is there or not. Whether step definition is there or not. To do that, what you need to do is, and right now we will be creating the source code. Okay, the Java code we will be creating. Let's create a runner file here. Right click on source test Java. Understand the difference? Under resource, you will have the external files like feature file, Excel, those things. Now under Java, source test Java, you will create a Java file. So inside this, you create a new package. From src, create new package. Package name, give it as com.nsc. You can give it as runner, com.nsc.runner. We'll create a runner file. After creating the runner file, we'll create the step definition. Runner file going to make the feature file and step definition. Right now I have a feature file, then I'm creating a runner file to connect the feature. Step definition, we need to write it and connect it. We'll do that. Inside this package, create a new class. Class name you can keep it as runner. Runner test you keep the class name without main method. Now, for this, see, in order to connect the feature file and in order to connect step definition, you need to add annotation. There is an annotation called @runwith. At the rate, it comes from JUnit. @runwith will be there. @runwith org.junit or runner. Already we add the package in a package dependency detail, which will be picking up. Cucumber Java, Cucumber JUnit, we added. From Cucumber JUnit, we will get annotation called @runwith. @runwith, Cucumber dot class you do. Cucumber is a class, Cucumber dot class. This detail you try to add. I just ping you the detail. Just copy paste it. That the package you copy paste the detail. Import you have to add it. Number 3 to is what I pinged you. Cucumber run with cucumber.class. It will try to pick the feature file in the current folder and it will try to trigger the feature file. Okay, that's it. So this will become a runner file. In this, we will try to run it. Run as JUnit will do it. Exchange also you can use it. Main objective will be from the feature file only. So when you run it, see what is happening when you run it. After pasting this code, save it and run it and see you're getting something like this. No feature found. Done. After adding this, just run the class. When you run as JUnit, you will be getting an error saying that no feature found. Are you getting this error? Warning will be there. This is not an error. This warning will be there.
Yes.
Right now, the feature file is under which folder? We have kept it under source test resource under feature folder. That's the folder. Now runner class is inside from nsc.runner. Right now, if you see the warning, it will check for the runner file. Sorry, it will check for the feature file under from nsc runner. Okay, but where is our feature file? It will check in this package. In the current package, it will check for the feature file. But where we kept the feature file? In a different folder, right?
Yes, in the test Java.
Yeah, in test Java, right? So what we need to do is additional capability you need to mention, additional details you need to mention. Let me mention and share it. You can use it. There's a annotation called @cucumber option. @cucumber option. @cucumber option, you can add lots of argument. Lots of arguments, a class which accepts lots of argument. I can tell where to take the feature file. You can see it's asking for string array. I can tell where to pick the feature file. All the feature file, I can add it one by one, or I can add the folder. Let me add the folder. So @cucumber option, it's a method basically. It comes like this. It's a method actually. @cucumber option is a method. It has lots of argument. We are adding an argument called feature. Feature equal to now feature under src slash slash resource view the relative it will take project path it will take src resource slash feature. You can give feature, and if you want to give the file name, you can give login.feature. Like give the file name. Folder is also fine. Now if you run it, it will pick that feature file and run it. How many scenario we have? We have one scenario, right? It will try to trigger that one scenario, and then it will give you a new error here in the console. It will give you a new error here. Listen carefully. After we run this code, after providing the feature, if I run it, I'll be getting an error here, failure factories. After you get this error, click this icon. After you run it, you will get an error here. Click this icon, show factories, you click it, you will be getting the detail in console. Okay. Spelling resources, I guess resources. Let me save it and run. So once I run it, in the failure practice, it will give you few definition. You click here, show practice in console view. You click here, it will give you the definition for you. These are all Java which we need to create. Now it triggered our feature file. It will go to the feature file and trigger the scenario. On triggering the scenario, this scenario will connect to this given will connect to Java code. This will connect to Java code, Java Selenium code, and do the operation. Now it is searching for step definition. Did we create the step definition? This Java code did we create? We created runner file, we created feature file. Did we create step definition?
No.
Right. So that if you see the error here, click here, show stack trace in control view. You click here, you will get the step definition. Now we will be creating it. Let's see, just add this and run it and see. You should be getting this given when then it will tell you these are all steps is not having step definition.
Yes, done.
Yep. After done with this, click here. After clicking, are you getting the step definition? Great. When you can implement these step definitions giving you, right? Copy this. Let me copy this. Starting from this, the rate given, these annotations I'll copy. So I'll copy this.
I'm not getting these step definitions.
Then feature file is not connected with the directory. Now when you trigger this feature file, it will go and pick this particular feature. So when you trigger this runner file, runners JUnit, it will go and pick this login.feature. In login.feature, we should have the scenario. If you have the scenario, then you get this error right now. So here, failure case will be there. On the left side, you need to click this. You have to click on the highlighted icon. Then only you will be getting that step definition, the control. This shows track trace. Are you getting it right now?
No, not getting.
Share me the screen. Yeah, so it is the path is not available. Check the path. Home.src resource spelling, you check it. You can yeah, RESO. Yeah, now run it. Click on that icon, yes, track trace. Yeah, now you can copy. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay, I'll share it directly. Are you able to see my screen? If a file is not there, it will give you this error. It will tell you illegal argument exception, and you can see here it is not able to find this path. You click this path, you will come to know. Okay. So now you are getting the definition, right? Step definition. Now what you need to do is click here. We'll get the step definition. Copy the step definition. No need to write it each and every line. We can copy it and we can use it. Let me copy this. Copy the step definition. In the SRC test Java, you will right click on that SRC test Java and then go for new package. Package name, you have to keep it as form.nsc.steps. You will be able to see a package called step definition or step AD, EDF and something like that. Okay. step definition. Let me keep it as step def edfn and click on finish. That's a package. Inside the package, I'll create a class. I'm going to create a class with the name of login step. Okay. The class name can be anything. Okay, it can be any class. It will check in the package only, not for the class and all. It will check inside this package whether the step definition is there or not. I'll check. I'll tell you about that. Now you can click here, play a public class login step. You create class name login steps. Create it as login step. Paste the code whatever you copied right now, and import the detail. Given when then import you need to do. Okay, and wherever it shows throw new exception, right? Just remove that text. Just copy paste it and then remove the steps. Throw new exception is there, right? Those things you can remove. Just create the step definition.
Done.
Yeah, okay. Now you have to go to runner file. In runner file, you need to give two owners. Let me go and put it in new line. Bracket starts here and bracket ends here. In between that, we need to add the detail one by one. Okay, let me do comma here, and there is a argument called glue. In glue, I need to tell exactly under which package we have step definition. So step definition added in which package? Com dot. Right now, if you
com.nec.step definition.
yeah, so if I run it, it will tell the same error. It will give you same error saying that no step definition found. So it's picking in the project actually right now with the latest version. So earlier, particular it will not automatically take it. Right now, it's picking. So with the latest version, and yeah, we need to do it. If the step definition is not there, I'm running the code from where it is picking. It's taking in the project, I guess, right now. No issues. In case if it is not taking, you can use this one. The com.nsc.step definition you give. In that package, it will check whether the step definition is there or not. It will pick. Otherwise, it will throw error. Right now, it's taking. You can try to trigger. You can see our test case is passed. And remove this throw new exception will be there. You can remove it. We'll try to write the automation script here. For example, let me write something like system.out.println given. I'm printing given, and here I'll print when. And then here I'll print as then. These details I'm going to do. And when I run this program, it should take that given, when, then, and print it. You can see given, when, then it's printing it. So taking the step definition, given the path, it took the path. Right now, yeah, you can see here it's throwing error, right? It should throw error from from where it picked actually. Right now you see it's throwing error. I did not give the step definition. See, I've given the feature file. Go and pick the feature file here. So we kept the step definition under which folder, which package, com.nsc.step definition. Now you see So it's asking us to create the definition. I already created the definition, right? So you have to give the feature detail and you have to give the definition detail. For that, you have to create an argument called clue and then give the package name. Now, when you run it, it will pick the step definition from that particular package. Any class it can be. Inside this package, any class can have the step definition. It will pick the step definition. Right now, it will trigger the scenario given I have browser with OpenEMR page. At that time, it will go and trigger this method, regular expression here. It will try to trigger this method. If I do a logic like open browser, navigate to URL, which will be done, it will do that operation. And when we try to enter username as admin, you can see it will trigger this particular method. Let me try to print the argument. Argument name, you can change it properly. Right now, what is the data we will be getting it here? I enter username as what data we will be getting it. This admin, right? So this whenever whatever you put it in double quotes, it automatically parameterizes. So this is basically username. Instead of keeping it as string, you can give username. I'll just print the username. And this is basically password. Argument, you change it. This is basically language. I'll debug the code and show you. Let me put a breakpoint here, and every part I'll put a breakpoint. Now I'll that's not supporting. Let me go to runner file, debug as init. First given will be running. You see, first it will go to the given. Okay, that's the definition which is getting triggered. Now during that time, I'll launch the browser. Next, it will go to the win part. You can see argument admin is coming. Next, it will go for the password. Password is coming, pass. Next, it will go for language where I'll be choosing the language. And then login and then completing it. So this is the detail right now. Here we will be writing the Selenium code. So by mistake, if you remove the step definition detail, or by mistake, if you are not giving a way to pick the step definition, it should throw the error. Right now, you can see it is throwing the error. Okay. Project was not compiling, I guess. Now it is throwing error. You can see here. It is asking you to create a step definition. Already we created a step definition under this package. You have to inform the runner class. In runner class, you have to give login feature and then step definition package name. All the classes will be included under that package, not only login step. This is the execution flow of Cucumber framework in Java. Cucumber is basically a BDD concept. This will be the execution. Right now, you can see it got passed. And some red color detail will be given. Those details we'll discuss one by one. We'll discuss. Try running it and see. This you try to run it and make sure it's it should be green here. It should be green in this one. You can see result. It should be green, which means it's passed. Let's try that.
I'm done.
You are into manual testing.
No, actually, I work in development in level 1.
Okay, Java development.
Yes, but not actually involved in development. I work in production support.
Okay, okay. This will be useful for you. In interviews and all, you can answer with the same thing what we discussed from the beginning. You can explain the same way what we designed the framework. So that's how you can explain the concepts.
Okay.
If there are any interviews, then you can. Try to create this project for some other application also. Like within this 2 weeks, no, once we complete hybrid framework, I completed. Using that, you try to create one framework for your application. Okay, so that you will get a clear idea about it. And similarly, you try to create a Cucumber after completing it for some other application as well.
Okay.
Now we'll just check this feature and the glue. Create a runner file and create a step definition. Connect the feature file and run it, and create step definition. Add glue. This is what we did. We created a runner file, connected the feature, and then we triggered this. Now, two things I'll tell you. The advantage of using this runner file, I'll quickly tell you. Are you able to run this?
Yes.
Okay, now in the login step, you can remove throw new error will be there. Those line you can remove and just mention the system.out.println and see whether your feature file is connecting to the step definition or not. If it is able to find the step definition, you can see it will be passed. You can see completely green, and the output whatever I'm printing, it's going to coming into picture. For example, let me go here and remove this one. I click on login, I'll cut it from the step definition. So I'll run it. You see here, it will try to connect to the step definition, and you can see it is giving you only that particular step definition, the missing one. You can see when I click on it, it will show you here. Only that is a missing step. Rest everything is having a step definition. This is not having a step definition. So in case if anyone change anything, it will reflect immediately. Understood? By mistake, if you delete this, and if someone is trying to trigger this, it will inform them the step definition should be there to trigger it. Try to create it. Okay. So even a small change in the code will not work out over here. Okay. The code will be dependent on the feature file. feature file, whatever is there, it should be present in the step definition. If it is not there, immediately it will throw error. Okay. And this is the living documentation. If there is no feature file, you cannot trigger this classes. Understood?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in the console, you see some red color detail and all it's giving. For example, you can see if you want to publish the report, activate publishing with one of the following. You can publish the report by adding an argument here. You can see in JUnit, basically we are using JUnit. I can add an argument. I can add an argument called publish equal to true. Let me do that in the next line, comma, publish. It's an argument, publish equal to true, I'll give. And then I'll run the script. You see our report will get published. Our report is going to be published in the internet with this particular URL. You can see this is the URL. Right now, I can see the result in this URL. Cucumber. One second, let me give the URL properly. E0. My step definition you can see here. Ran from this feature file, login.feature. This is step definition. Whether it is passed by file, it will tell you. This you need to add publish equal to true, and also add this one. Listen here. In the console, it's not clear, right? Data is not clear, right? Lots of unwanted details are there, right? To remove those unwanted details, you can add one more argument called monochrome equal to true, and then run it. Just give publish equal to true, it will publish the report. Monochrome equal to true, you give, it will not, it will give you a clear detail. It will remove those unwanted details coming in the console. Done.
Yes, done.
Let's write Selenium code here. If we write the Selenium code, automation will take place. So here, let me do that. After I finish it, you can write it. It's working fine, right? No problem in triggering the code, right? Runner file.
Balaji, what is the monochrome equal to true?
Yeah, monochrome is something like if I don't give monochrome, if I run the script actually, you see some unwanted message in the console. This you can see here. Unwanted sounds like this.
Okay, got it.
To remove those things, you can add this argument monochrome equal to true. Then you will be getting a clear detail in the console. It's not required. Not sure why they have you introduced this. It is there for quite long. Okay, from the beginning of Cucumber, it is there. So additional details will be provided, which will confuse us, which may not be required. This monochrome equal to true. Understood what is feature, glue, publish, monochrome?
Yes.
Let me commit it. Create a runner file. for readability, what I'll do is I'll just keep it in this way. First argument, second argument, comma separator, third argument, comma separator. I'll keep it. Team, I want to commit here. Feature, glue, publish, method. Commit and push. I'll do. All the details are updated in my GitHub right now. Let's start with Selenium code. Till this search done, right? So in the given, I need to launch the browser. To launch the browser, we use the same script, no changes in the script. Webdriver Manager you do, Chrome driver dot setup you do, Chrome driver dot setup, which will try to set up the driver. And to create the object, Webdriver driver object creation and all, it's going to be same. It's you can copy paste the script also, no issues. We already done this multiple times. So driver dot manage dot window dot maximize I'll do. Dot maximize and driver dot understand completely the Cucumber concept. Then I'll tell you how can we add the object model and those external factors and all. We'll check it later. Cucumber concepts we'll try to understand. So timeout dot implicit wait, duration dot offset. I'm going to give it as a 20-second duration. Now driver dot I need to navigate to the URL. To navigate to this is the URL. You can take it from the chat window, application URL. These scripts and all, it's clear for you, right? Selenium script. Now in when what we need to do here, what is the activity we need to do? Here, what activity we need to do? Is clear for you? Enter username. So you need to find the element and enter the username. Okay. Now driver is not accessible here. So why driver is not accessible? Able to understand this?
Yes. So we have to class level, we have to declare it.
Yeah. So declaration, it's inside the method. So local variable. So we'll declare at the class level. Webdriver, you declare at class level, then use it. So I'm going to do this activity. Launching the browser, then find element by dot CSS selector or whatever it is. You can use that CSS selector. Hash auth user is the username. Send keys. Now you see here dot send keys. The data what I wanted to send is coming from the feature file. Feature file in feature file, I'll tell what data needs to be sent. So that is the data I need to use it here. Understood?
Yes.
And for password, it will be similar thing. So clear pass is the password, and argument will be password. Language will do it later. Language will leave it as it is. Well, let me click on login. Language I'll do it later. As of now, you can leave it. ID is there for clicking on login. The site is bit updated, so you can click the updated code. Click. This is the login. Now, once we click on it, what should happen in that case? We should be able to access the portal, right? So that's the logic here. Here we need to do a session. Okay. So just listen here. This part I'll tell you. When I click on access, like when I click on login, I should get access to the portal with title as OpenEMR. So whatever I have mentioned here, it's an expected value, what I'm expecting from the portal. It is the expected title. Okay. During the runtime, how will you get the title?
Using method get title.
Get title method. So I can use assert equals. Assert equals. There will be a method. Here in JUnit, one thing what you need to notice is first will be expected, second will be actual. In JUnit, first will be expected, second will be actual. Something like that it will be there. Let me see when you get this one, this assert, don't use it. We have to use the assert from JUnit, org.JUnit. Okay, we will be using this one. So in case if you click on this, it will just show it's been deprecated. Go to the top, remove this, come down over on assert. Use the one which is coming from org.JUnit. Assert coming from org.JUnit. Only difference is first one will be expected, second one will be actual. Expected is this one, what we are expecting. Actual to get the actual, driver.get title. A simple operation. We can put wait condition, wait for page load that you can add it later. You can add it later. As of now, you can do this. So enter the username. Launch. This will be the launch browser. Entering the username, password, and click on login. Then assertion title. I'm trying to check and validating it. Just check this. Yeah, is it working? Yes. Complete it and let me know. Done this.
Just a second.
Yeah. After till assertion you completed.
Done.
Yeah. We can go to runner class and trigger the code. The feature file will connect to the step definition. Then it will run the given step definition where we are launching the browser. If you see, when step definition, where we are entering the username, password, language we have to automate. Then we are logging into the portal. Then finally we have to close the browser. We did not closing the browser, which we will be doing it. Okay. Fine. Till this it's clear for you. As of now, I'll add it over here, driver.quit, but we will be adding with few more annotation. I'll tell you about that. Is it clear for you? Step definition.
Yes.
For language, I'll complete it and send you the code. For language, to automate the language, you can create the object for select class. While creating an object for select class, it will ask for the web element. So driver.find element I need to do. Name is there, like use name. This will try to give you an object of select class. New select class object you are creating. Let me put it locally. Select language. And using that particular variable name, select dot select by visible text is what we are trying to use. Language I need to pass. The name of this drop down language choice. So drop down. Okay. Now if you see here, if I go and change the name here, if I let me run the script right now, going to the runner class, let's trigger it to runner class. It selects, will try to language drop down. Text is wrong, I guess, which will be failure right now. Let me check for English Indian text. I don't think English Indian. Yeah, this is the text. See, there's a failure. Now, if I go and check the report, If I go and check the report, it will tell you what exactly is the failure. Failed. The step is failed. The reason why it is failed is it's not able to find the language. Is not a language English Indian. Select language as English Indian. Element should have been select but was input. Okay. Where is it input thing? You can see there is two language choice. So by default, which one it will take?
First one.
First one. So that's why that is the input. So that's the error here. It says that you can see it says it's an input tag. So I check for the element. So page is modified slightly. So I'll go with XPath. I'll try to use XPath. And / select bracket at the rate name equal to that particular name. I'll update the script. Now if I go to the runner class and run it, it will take the feature file and connect to the step definition and each and everything. Let me run it in a debug mode itself. You can see here. I'll run it in a debug mode. First, when I try to run it, it will take the feature file and it will try to run the given. You can see I have a browser with OpenMR. This steps will running. After completing given, where in given we are launching the browser, navigating to the URL, and you see the driver also which we are using will get initialized. Initially, the driver will be null. After running given, it will get the browser detail. The same browser detail we are using for entering the username. Username, we are sending it as an argument. So it will enter the username, then it will enter the password, selects the language, and clicking on login. Then I'm doing a validation on the title, then closing the browser. The advantage over here is with this framework right now is if I want to run with a different record, I go here and run this, change this feature file. Okay, it's not a Java class, so no need to generate the bytecode for feature file and all. Just the documentation. You can see it ran with Dutch right now. Understood? Let me keep it as English Indian. So the concept what we are using right now, this concept we are putting in single quotes and double quotes, right? That concept is basically called step parameterization. Okay. This concept is basically called step parameterization. And the concept of parameterization is used to reduce duplicates in step definition. We'll see about this. We'll reduce duplicate in step definition. Right now, we started directly using parameterization, just parameterizing the record within double quotes or single quotes. Whatever you put, it will come as an argument. Understood? Clear for you? Now, even a slight change in the given, for example, if you see here, I'm going to change here one space. Even a slight change, one space I added here in the regular expression. If I try to trigger it, it will throw error saying that that step definition is not there. Given step definition is not there to implement it. Okay, so you have to be careful. Should not change add any additional code here. Whatever the step you're writing it here, that should match over here. Okay. So this is your Cucumber framework. In that, lots of feature is there. How to run this particular scenario with multiple record. Okay, how to do those things. How to run with multiple record, and how can I send a set of record in the argument. So four important concepts will be there. Four important concepts in Cucumber. Four important concepts in Cucumber. In Bdd, one is parameterization. That is what we have seen, right? Parameterization. You will understand the importance. The other one is scenario outline. And then there is something called background, and then something called data table. Parameterization, or we call it as shared step definition. So we'll work on this one by one. So right now, till this you try to complete and update it to GitHub. Rest we will check it after the lunch. Okay. Till this, any doubts or any issue with your code?
No, it's working.
Selenium step definition. We'll discuss the rest after the break time. Okay, one. Okay, fine. We'll discuss after the lunch. We'll start at yeah, since we already worked with this page, we'll try to create the scenarios properly, and then we'll try to run it later. Right now, whether it's passed or failed, whatever happens, it will connect to the feature file. Feature file will be the start point. From there, it will try to connect to the step definition. This feature file will have scenario will have step. The step will check for the step definition. If it is able to find the step definition with the given detail, then it will use that step definition. Okay. Step definition can be in any file. You can see page is not loading, so it will be failure. On failure, it will update the report. Right now, publish equal to true will update the report in cloud environment, basically in the internet, so anyone can access this one. Got it? So the flow is clear for you. If you understand the flow, remaining concepts is what you need to learn.
Yes, understood.
Now let me create a demo class. A demo class I'll create. Demo step I'll keep inside the same package. Now in the demo test, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a duplicate code. So this given is there, right? So I'll copy this and I'll keep the given here. The same dev definition I'm kept over here. Now if you see here, same step definition. So you see here, login is going to have this. I have a browser with OpenEMR. First it will try to trigger feature file. That scenario will be triggered. That step will be triggered basically. While triggering the step, in this package, it will check for the definition. How many definition we have right now? Under login step, one definition is there. Class. Under this class also, there is a definition, right? You see in our glue, the package definition is there. It will give you an error saying that if you click on this, it will tell you duplicate step definition. In a package, there can be only one step definition. Understood? duplicate step definition in both the class. So it will throw error. It will get confused whether to use the definition from this package. It will check whether to use the definition from the this class or this class. Is it clear for you? There can be only one
Yes.
definition. Okay. The reason is most of the people consider that it will connect based on the class name. Class name can be anything. So that is something which you need to understand. So let me try to update as of now whatever I did. Already up to date. Now going further, I want to generate the report locally. In my local machine, I want to generate the report. For that, you have a argument. There's an argument called plugin. Okay, which will ask for string array. Let me hover on it. Let me hover on this plugin. You can see different options you can use. You can give a pretty. If I give pretty, here I'm going to give it as pretty. This plugin, I'm going to give it as pretty. If I give it as pretty in the console, you will get the proper detail. Like scenario, it will try to trigger. Each step definition it will run. You can see given. Then it will go for when, whether it is passed or failed. That's your pretty. Pretty in the sense in the console, you will get a detailed view. Something like this you'll get. Similarly, there is an HTML report. You can see HTML. Okay, how to give, I'll tell you HTML colon, and you can give the file name. For example, if you want the HTML report, HTML colon, and you have to give something like this, where you want to save the report. HTML colon, and under target folder will save. The target folder, I'll save the HTML report. So target slash report name. Okay. Let me give the report name as index.html. Save it. I'll run the script. You can see after executing this, you will have the report in the target folder. Local report. Step definition, what is error? The page is not loading. this report. Add this one, you will be able to get it. Is the report getting generated?
Yes.
No. So new site is going to work for timing. So let me put 0 for timing. We can complete few more things. For example, monochrome we have seen. And if you want to add pretty as well as monochrome, you can give comma separator pretty. Like with the string array, you can give a lot of detail here. Pretty. And a few more things are also there. Report JSON report. If you can just change it to JSON. You can see how to use it. JSON colon cucumber report any file name dot JSON you can give. Pretty progress, it will just give you something like a dot progress or something like that. It will give you. These two things is enough right now. So I'll try to run the remaining things. So these are all some additional features available with Cucumber, which helps us to generate the report easily. Okay. And the report also everyone can understand easily because it will be based on scenario based. Okay. And tags, you can, if you have some 100 scenario, you want to trigger 50 scenario, you can include the tag and run it. So those things and all, it's possible through this. Cucumber. Okay. Let's get into the Cucumber concept. As I told you, 4 important concepts are there in Cucumber. Let's understand deep into this parameterization. Already we have done parameterization. Assume that I want to write one more scenario. Okay. I'm going to write a scenario here for to align this code. After writing the scenario, if you want to align the code, right click on it. Any format you do, it will align. Given I have, see, if I want to invalid credential, assume that I want to create a invalid credential, which means in this page, if I try to click on, if I provide an invalid credential and click on login, it should throw the error message, right? So that's the invalid credential which we do. Already we've done it in Orange HRM also, similar to that. Now what we need to do is, I need to launch the browser, open with EMR page. For that, I can write a different sentence also. I need browser with open EMR page. Okay. I can write a different sentence also like this. What will happen is right now, if you try to run it, if you try to run this, let me go to the step runner class and I'll try to run it. Listen carefully. Do we have step definition for this? See, it ran the scenario first one, valid credential it ran. Now it is trying to run the second scenario, invalid credential. Given I need the browser, and you can see in the console output, it will give you the step definition also. So let me do this. And invalid credential, you can see it tells invalid credential, it tells you need to give the definition, right? Instead of rewriting the logic, again and again, it's not recommended to introduce a new sentence everywhere. So we should be able to reuse the existing one. Understood? Otherwise, you have to sit and create the definition every time. Got it? This step. Instead of recreating a new sentence, try to use the existing one. So this is what we want. Okay? So use this one. Don't modify anything. Given when then will click on login, it will be same only. So no changes in the script. Still same only. Only data will get changed. So instead of admin, I have to send something like John, and I'll send it as John 123. Language anyhow, it should be available in the dropdown. Now, if you see here, I'll go over here and I'll run it. Right now, what will happen is it will use the existing step definition. Let me run it in a debug mode. Just listen here. Let me stop this. Run it in a debug mode. I'll add a breakpoint here. It's already there. Debuggers unit. So right now, if you see, first scenario will be triggered. Valid credential got triggered. And then it will run that given. After completing given, it will go to when. In when part, it will enter the username. Where username it cannot enter because there is no browser site is not loading. So again, you see, well, this is for first scenario is failed. It goes for second scenario. Second scenario is also using the same operation for browser launch. A new browser will be launched for the scenario. Now you can see when I enter. Now John. Okay. So by using this parameterization concept, this is your parameterization concept. Instead of recreating a new step definition, like I can create a step definition, I enter username as admin, and I can create a step definition here, right? I enter username as admin, and I can enter admin here. Instead of creating a same code again and again inside the step definition, we go for parameterization. Only data gets parameterized. So that remaining code remains same, no changes in this code. Okay, this particular concept helps reduce the duplicate in step definition. Understood? The parameterization concept helps to reduce code in step definition. This is your step definition. So that's a concept. Now to verify it, for example, I knew it's going to be failure. I ran it, it should be passed. It is not working. That's okay. Here we have to do some assertion. For example, then I should get error message as. Okay, we should be getting the error message, correct? We should be getting the error message. Error message, let's use this error message. So we should be getting the error message like invalid credential. Once the site is up, we'll try to give the proper error message. As of now, I'll keep it as invalid credential. Now, do we have step definition for this?
No.
Okay, not there, right? So when I run this particular unit, just listen carefully. When I run it, it started triggering the valid credential now. After triggering the valid credential, it will go to the invalid credential. Anyhow, this is going to be failure. Now on this step itself, it is a failure. In this step itself, it's a failure. Okay. I wanted to know whether we have step definition for all these steps or not. Okay. I wanted to check. Suppose assume that you have some 150 scenarios. I wanted to make sure each scenario is having step definition or not. Okay, that is the thing. For that, what you can use is you can use dry run, comma. You can just do dry run. Dry run equal to true. You give it will just validate whether each and every step is having step definition or not. Do not run that. Understood what is dry run? If I do dry run, it will try to compare. It will check whether each step is having step definition or not, and it will give you that report. You can see here. This is having a step definition in this file. It is having a step definition in this class file, and you can see here. This is having a step definition in the login com.nsc step definition, package name, class name, method name. These step definitions are available. For invalid credential, no step definition. So try to pick from here and paste it. Understood? What is dry run?
Yes, yes.
Just understand these features basically, Cucumber features. These are all some features which you should know. Cucumber feature. So before we try to trigger the entire execution, we'll try to do dry run. We do dry run. While doing dry run, we'll come to know whether all are having step definition or not. So with that only we will try to move. Let me remove this and keep it. Now I'll go over here. Dry run. It's when I do dry run, it will tell me what is the step definition missing. So I can copy that. I can click here and copy it. Here I can click after choosing the test method. Click here. Show stack trace. It will give you the definition. Let me copy it and keep it inside the same class. Where login step. Below I'll be keeping the method. I have a step definition for this. Here I'll be doing the assertion. Assert equals expected value. Expected value I'll be getting it here. Argument. Expected error. And let me put that here. Actual error, I need to find it from the web page. Okay. So let me do one thing. I'll try to get the text. So string is a class. Actual error. To get actual error, driver dot find element. I can use by.xpath. Xpath dot get text. This will give me the error message. Xpath I'll use / star where bracket contains text, comma, then double quotes, bracket. Of a text I will try to give invalid. Okay, so actual error I'll give it over here. Okay. So done with this. Now if I do dry run, all the step definition will be mapped. Dry run. Okay, I just comment it. That's the dry run. It means it will make sure it will basically check for each step is having step definition or not, and then give you the report. Just add this something and check. Just add this method and keep it. The second scenario also you add it and keep it. We'll try to run once the site is up. The site will be up in another 10 minutes, 20 minutes. We'll check by that time. Step definition, you can use this. In this, I can easily inject the page object model. Fine. Now, so let's go for the next one. Next one, we will be working on scenario outline. Okay. The basic understanding for scenario outline is to reduce duplicates in feature file. To reduce duplicate in feature file. Let's understand that. Okay. See, we have this valid credential, right? This valid credential, we have different valid credential for this application. We have different valid credential for this application. For example, I can log in into this portal by using admin and pass as administrator. I can also log in with physician. I can pass the record physician here. Okay. Assume that I want to check for all these users. I want to check for admin and pass, physician, accountant. That these three users are able to log in into the portal. So what we need to do in that case? First, we are running it for admin and pass. Okay. So after that, I wanted to create something like this. Let me keep this in the top. Valid credential, I'll keep it in the top. Valid credential, I'll keep it in the bottom. Pretty format I'll do. And I'll copy this. We need to create something like this, correct? Admin, this one should be like I wanted to keep it as physician. We need to do this, correct?
Yes.
So I have to give it as valid credential. Now, if you see, it's a duplicate scenario here, right? We are creating a duplicate scenario. What if we have some 10 records or 5, 6 records? 5 times you have to create the same scenario. So if you see this, this will make the readability difficult. If you are sharing this to a client, basically the product owner, they will get confused with the same set of scenarios. So your entire document will be filled with the same set of scenarios. So we should not use that. So to reduce the technical code, we use parameterization. We parameterized it by giving it in single quote. Now, the same scenario I want to run with multiple data. Okay, same scenario, multiple data. So that's the concept over here. The concept will be, this is basically called a code reuse and as parameterization. And we go for scenario outline. When you see duplicate in feature file, duplicate in feature file, and one scenario I want to run with multiple records. That's the concept. Multiple data. One scenario I want to run with multiple data. Understood? What is scenario outline? One scenario, multiple data. Let's do that. Instead of recreating like this, what we will do is we'll mention this as scenario outline. Okay. We'll mention this as scenario outline. Now, after mentioning this as scenario outline, you need to create the like once you mention scenario outline, you need to parameterize it properly. For example, here we are sending the username, right? Use this just less than symbol, greater than symbol. Inside that, you can give username. And here also use the same thing. Password. Give it in lowercase. And here I'm trying to send the language. Now I want to run the same scenario with these records. That's it. So I want to run with admin 123, comma, like pass, right? Admin and pass, the username and password. And I want to run with like English Indian. Expected result, let it be same. So these three records, English Indian. Second time I want to run with physician, physician, English Indian. Third time I want to run with accountant, accountant. Then I'm going to run with Dutch. That's the language. So three records. So what you need to do is whatever the record is going to be keep on changing, put it as a angular bracket and then put it in double quotes also, angular bracket, and then provide the detail language. Got it? What I did over here, I made this as scenario outline. When it comes to scenario outline, the code, the scenario should be followed with examples. Now, the examples will be dynamically sent. For example, example colon, examples, and then space colon. Now, space. Here, you have to give the using pipeline symbol. You need to. So header is username, password, language. Header should match with the value what you give it over here. Okay. Now below that, I can send the record. First time when I run, it will should take this particular record and run it. Second time if I run, it should take this particular record and run it. And third time if I run, let it be 2 times. Second time I'll keep it with that central. So now let me pretty this pretty format. Understood? So scenario outline should be followed with examples. And under examples, you have to give the header. Header will be matching with this. Whichever the record you want to change it and run, do this. Now, first time when scenario, if I run this valid potential, when it runs first time, just listen carefully. When it runs first time, it will be like I have browser with OpenEMR. I enter username as admin. I enter password as pass. I select language as English Indian, and then it will try to check for the title. Okay, now again the scenario will be running. Second time it will use I enter username as physician, password as physician, and language as that. Understood? Scenario outline. Okay, one scenario, multiple data. Just keep that in mind. One scenario you want to run with multiple test cases or multiple data, then you go for scenario outline. Created scenario outline.
Just a second. Just.
Right. we discussed about scenario, then step definition, then scenario outline. This is what you will create in real time. Most of the thing will be created as scenario outline. If you are going to check a different record, this also you can make it as an argument.
Yes, Balaji, done.
And right now, when I try to trigger this invalid credential, let me do one thing. I'll tell you about that. I want to run only valid credential. For that, you can use the concept of tags. So I can provide something like this at the rate, any name you can give. I'm going to give at the rate value. For this, I'm going to give tags. You can provide it at the can be provided at can be. This is not related to scenario outline. Just I want to run only valid credential provided at scenario or feature level. I'm going to give few tags here for a valid at the rate value, for invalid at the rate invalid, and for the class, basically the feature, I'll give it as login. These are all tags. You can include n number of tags here. There's a tag called at the rate ignore. Here in C#, let me check it. I want to include only this particular tag. We'll check this. Number of tag name you can give. I want to use this tag to run it. Okay. Now it in the entire framework, it will check for the tag name with at the rate valid, and it will include all the test case. Right now, only one is there, I guess. So go to the runner file. Runner file, there is a concept called tags. And here also it will ask for the argument. Tags is basically a string. I need to give it as a string. That tag name I'm going to give at the rate. At the rate valid you try to do. If I run it, it will try to run only that particular feature, that particular scenario. Inside this feature, it will try to include only that scenario. You can see scenario value outline got executed. For the first time when it run, it will try to take the first row. What I mentioned in the first row, you can see the enter username. Now, if you see the password or username, you can see admin. Anyhow, it will be failure. Scenario outline. Let me click on resume. You can see second record right now. Decision. Once the portal is run, it will run the data-driven test framework right now. So data-driven is easily achieved using the scenario outline. So if you understand Cucumber concept, whatever we try to create a lot of logics and hybrid framework can be easily done. This data-driven can be easily done. This will be the main document. Okay, this will be the starting point. If there is a change in the requirement acceptance testing, you have to sit and write the automation script. What is scenario outline?
Yes.
Just create it and keep it. Once the application is up, we'll run it. Okay, right now we discussed on scenario outline and tags. Try run scenario outline tags. So to exclude the tag and or those things are possible, we'll do it later. Right now, I'll just include the tag and run it. And it's not like you have to include the tag. You can run if I don't include the tag, what will happen?
All the tests will get run.
Yeah, all the scenario will be triggered. Right now, invalid credential run, the invalid credential to run 2 times. That's the concept here. Now, whether the application is working or not, we have to close the browser. Since we have hard coded inside the thing, it may not work. If the given is failed, then remaining are skipped. So 3 test methods right now you have. Reports will be there. Let me open the report. Reports and all, it will be saved in the target folder because I've given the directory here. You can see invalid credential, valid credential. It runs for 2 things. One is username admin, password, English Indian. The other one is physician, Dutch. Site is not working, so it's a failure. Here you can filter the tag. Let's try this. Once the site is up, we'll try to run it and check. We have seen a scenario outline. Now we'll see data table and background we'll see, and then we'll go for data table concept. These are all concept in Cucumber. Hardly if you take 5 to 6 concept will be there in Cucumber. Rest everything we have to write the logic. Let me know once you're done with this. Let me know if you have any doubt. Tell us. And the site should be working now. You can check it. After 3 o'clock, it should be up. The tag you can give it at the feature file level also. If you give it at feature file level, if you include that particular tag, all the scenario will be including the tag. Understood? All the scenario will be including this the rate logging. And you can usually you can create a number of tags. High priority,
Okay.
something like this, low priority, and number of tags you can include. And you can you will be able to write the logic at the rate valid, not the rate low, like that and all you can add it. We'll see about that. Now let me run the code and check. We'll check it after some time. But it's clear for you, right? The concept.
Yes.
Okay, so fine. And I'll tell you about background. Background is something like if you have repeated given, you can go for it. Not mandatory. If you have repeated given, you can use the background. Background is introduced when you have a repeated given. Just a minute. I'll plug. Let me try to run this. You can see site started working. Let me.
Balaji, I'm getting some error. Can you please help me?
Yeah, just a minute. One minute. I'll check the site is working or not, and then I'll come to your screen. So I've just given the implicit weight. I'm going to run the entire script. You can see first invalid triggered, the order we mentioned. Then we have to check for the error message. This is the error message. Comparison we need to do. Invalid credential comes into picture. Invalid credential, 2 times it will run. Okay. First record ran. Second record I have given it as physician. It will run for physician Dutch, and then it will check the title. So you can see all the record run. And if I open the report right now, in this index.html, invalid credential is failed because assertion error message is failed. Actual error message is invalid credential, but was invalid username or password. That's the actual error message. Okay, so just I have to update the error message here. Error message is invalid username or password. Okay. So is it clear for you till this? Any doubts?
Yes, understood.
Yeah. Invalid browser close we need to add. I'll be adding it. Now this record will be running from the login feature. This record will be running. For this, the company detail will be running. For this, the company detail will be running. Yeah, just remember one scenario means given when then one scenario, multiple data. In that case, we go for scenario outline. Scenario outline helps us to reduce the duplicate in the step dev, like a feature file, to reduce the duplicate in this feature file. That is the concept of scenario outline. Okay. And background and data table is pending, which we will be working on right now. Yeah, you can share me the screen. We'll check.
It's working now, but when I add tags in our arguments, then it's not working. Just a second. Huh?
Yes. Invalid is failed. The error message is wrong. That's fine only. Tags you included underneath. Right now, two reports will be there. This is going to be published in internet. One is under the target folder. You can check the report in target folder. That's the consolidated view you will be getting. Okay, refresh the target folder. Let's refresh it. Yeah, expand it. That's the name we are creating, index.html. Both the report are almost similar only. This is comes under a local. Valid credential ran successfully for both the record. One record you have given. For invalid credential, no such element exception. Invalid.
Okay. Uh, just a second.
Yeah. I just ping you the code, the expected value code. Some path that contains text invalid. Credential you give it as improper credential. I think it's logging into the portal. Go to feature file. Login.feature. Yeah, maximize it. Credential, you give it a wrong credential and run it. Then only you'll get the error message.
Balaji, whenever I'm adding tags here, code is not working. Just a second, I will show you.
Yeah. Once you include the tags equal to @valid, go to login.feature file.
Okay, it's working now.
Yeah. Tags, no, site was not working at that time. It could be that error. Now it's working, no?
Okay, it's working.
Okay. So tags can be given in three ways. Let me show you. Shall I share my screen? Any other doubt, or I can share my screen?
No, it's okay.
Okay. Let me share my screen. So got the logic, right? So first we have to create a feature. Then you will be sitting and writing the step definition. Run a file, you can control which feature needs to be run, where to be step definition, those things. Try run, you can run tags. So in tags, with the recent release, you have something like and option, or option, and not option. Okay. For example, let me give something like tag as @valid and login. Let me do this @valid and @login. So both the tags should be present. So for example, @login I've given it the feature level. So all the scenario will be using @login. Now @valid is here. So this scenario is basically having @valid and @login and @high also is there. So if I do and, which means both the tags should be present. Understood?
Yes.
Yeah. So it will include whichever the scenario is having both the tags. Right now I've given invalid and @login. So that scenario will be running. Only that scenario. Let me give a not @login. Now if I do this not @login, it will not include that particular tag. Not @login. Remaining tags will be triggered. Admin. Understood? Not @valid. If I give these are
Yes.
different tags available. I'll comment it for the timing. Now let me give command tags equal to valid, @valid or @invalid. So now if you see here @valid or @invalid, it will check for a scenario which either it should have @valid or invalid. It will trigger all these scenario which is having that particular. See, understand this. It's not like going for or anyone. It's not going to trigger. It will check. It will come to the scenario. The scenario is having @valid or @invalid. It has @invalid, so it will trigger. It will come to this. It is also having @valid, so it will trigger it. Understood? This particular or the scenario should have any one tag. If the scenario is having any one tag, it will be triggered. Right now, you see the it triggered the entire code, all these scenarios. It's clear for you till this?
Yes.
Now, these are all tags. When you have a repeated given, background is not necessary. If you want, you can add it. So for example, repeated given, if you have, most of the scenario, what will happen is you will have a repeated given. Background will be having a repeated given. For example, this is your repeated given. Let me go to login step. Sorry, let me go to this repeated given. For example, here also it's the same given only, right? Here also it's the same given only. So instead of mentioning it in each and every scenario, I can create a section called background here, background tag, and then I can give this given over here. Understood? Now any scenario I trigger, not only valid, invalid, or thing. Any scenario I trigger. Let me try to. Let me. Any scenarios I trigger. Okay, either it's invalid or valid. Background is going to run. Background is basically including in scenario only. Instead of using repeated given in each and every scenario, you can give it over here. That is it. Okay, that's clear for you. To make the readability clear. improve the readability, we do this background, and it's not mandatory to do it. For example, if any scenario is not required with this background, I'm going to create one scenario. For that scenario, I don't want this. In that case, we don't have an option. You have to give the given in each and every scenario. Understood? What is repeated given background concept?
Yes.
Okay, let me keep the detail for your reference here. And I'm not going to give the repeated given or let it be there. Not going to. Just keep the repeated given, same given. So after adding all these things, pretty format you do, it will align the code. So all the concepts are clear for you. This
Yes.
will structure the framework right now. There is a concept data table. Data table is something which you need to understand. In order to send the tabular data, okay, or if I wanted to send a bulk record during that time and all, we'll be using data table. I'll explain data table later. So major portion of the framework is done. Major portion of the framework is done. With this concept only, you will be writing all the scenarios. Most of the time, you will be using scenario output. Before going to data table, we'll try to do few more things and then we'll go for data table. I'll set up the framework. Okay. So what you can do is you can create one package. Under SRC, this it's done, right? A background you want, if you want to add the background, you can add it. Background, if you want, you can add it. Until this, you try to complete it and keep it. I'll push it to GitHub also. We have seen scenario outline, tags, background. Okay. This will set up the framework right now. Just once you're done with this step, so let me know. We'll set up the framework. We'll first set up everything with static variable, then we'll go for non-static. Yeah, done with this. Now let me create one. See, the browser needs to be closed every time. Browser is not getting closed. For that, we have hooks. In this also, there is a concept called hooks. Hooks will be running before. There's something called upgrade before and upgrade after. Okay, runs before each scenario. Runs before each scenario, and this one runs after each scenario. Whether your scenario is passed or failed, it will run after each scenario. If I have some 100 scenario, it will run for each and every scenario before and after annotation. We call this as hooks here. Okay, and this is basically similar to annotation only. It we use before method, after method. We run it before scenario, after scenario. In after scenario, I can do the browser close activity. For that one step, what I need to do is I will be creating a package here. I am going to create a new package under src Java. New package you create. Package name you can keep it as com.nsc.base. Done. com.nsc.base. Inside
Yes.
the package, create a class. You can give the class name as Webdriver. You can give the class name as automation hook. You can create the class name. Automation hook you create the class name. Let it be automation hook. We'll add the extension. Something similar to Webdriver wrapper class. Or if you wanted to keep it as Webdriver wrapper, that's also fine. Okay, so we'll keep it as Webdriver wrapper. It's a Webdriver wrapper. That's class name. Then created this class.
Yeah, it's done.
Okay, now
Balaji, currently I don't have electricity at my home.
okay, so
It's down. After in some time, my laptop will get turned on.
okay, then and we'll continue that tomorrow remaining thing. Okay, I'll
Okay.
inform that team. No issues. Will you be able to connect back or it's done only?
Sorry.
Like, will you be able to connect back or opposite?
Actually, it will work for 10 minutes only.
So then it's fine. Why too confused? This it's clear for you, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, then I'll inform the team. We'll extend every day over 10 minutes and we'll try to cover this. Not an issue.
Okay.
The spending time. No issues. I'll update the team. Any doubts you have till now? It's fine, right? If you have any doubts, you can WhatsApp me or mail me on doing this.
Can you please give me your contact number?
Yeah, I just message you. Right? Yeah. You can practice it. Okay. Any of we have a for 1 hour, 1.5 hour session will be there. You know that I can manage with the upcoming days. You will be available Monday, right?
Yes, yes.
Next week we'll try to extend for 10 minutes or 15 minutes based on if we have topic pending, then we can extend it and complete it. No issues. Okay. And then we'll connect on Monday. Then.
Okay.
Yeah, see you. Bye.
Yeah. Thanks.